Check 1 2.
Check 1 2.
Alright, looks like that's working. So today I'm going to be talking about local Kentucky politics, just as it pertains to the 2020 election. The ballots, the sample ballots dropped about a week ago, so I'm just now getting around to being able to read those. There was one office that's in the running that wasn't visible, and didn't really have any kind of a indication that it was going to be on the sample ballot, with the tools that were available on the Kentucky election website, on the Jefferson County elections website, that's on the county clerk's website. So that was the family court judge, I think is what it's called. And then there's 2 constitutional amendments for the state of Kentucky that are going to be on the general ballot. If there's another topic that people want to talk about, I'm open to hearing it, because I don't really have an audience or something that has any expectations. It's just me and my camera, and I think one other person who gave me a mention on YouTube. I don't know why it doesn't open the secure version of the website by default. So if you go to jeffersoncountyclerk.org, again, why does it default to the non-secure version of the website? Oh my goodness. Why do you not have a secure version of your website? Alright, so if you go to elections.jeffersoncountyclerk.org and you try to go to a secure version of their website, Chrome will throw up an error indicating that their certificate is invalid. It's like, sheesh, you're as official as it gets in terms of... Wait, why is this at .org instead of .gov? I don't really, I don't have anything against absentee ballots, but like the voting location where I would go vote is like less than 5 minutes from my house. So there's really no reason why I would need to do absentee voting. I do want to vote early though, and I think they've got that at certain locations. I don't know where I would vote early though. I should probably check that. What do you mean it wasn't found? Here. Early voting, okay. So if you go to jeffersoncountyclerk.org/where do I vote, then you can type in your address and it'll give you early voting and election day polling location information. Early vote. Oh my goodness. So early voting doesn't start until October 13th. That is not good. Absentee ballot drop-off box locations. They've got a finite number of those. Why would they just not make it to where every post office has like an absentee ballot drop box? It's like, all right, you got your blue box, you got your absentee ballot drop box. So I can't really even do early voting anyway. This is not good. Because all this means is that people in cities are going to have obstacles to being able to vote early, and people in rural places where they're used to it, and you know, this is kind of the just routine thing, like they don't have any obstacles. I don't even know who these people are. Oh my goodness. I don't even know who these people are. Alright, so I've got my sample ballot in front of me. Really all I care about, like the only reason why I'm pulling this up is for the constitutional amendment in the Circuit Judge Family Court in the 30th Judicial District, 3rd Division, unexpired term, has 3 people running for it. And I want to look up those people, and like I said, the 2 constitutional amendments. And there's a tax levy for schools. There are some other offices. What in the world? It's not good. Okay, look, I take back everything I said. There's a lot of stuff that's popping up that I didn't know about. First of all, we have 5 people that have managed to get ballot access in Kentucky. You've got the usual Republican, Democrat, and Libertarian. Then you've got a guy who painted his face silver and has like done some other reprehensible things. Brock Pierce and Carla Ballard. Who are these people? What? Why would you waste money on this? Alright, is the only reason why this guy is running is because like he was in a movie about with Sinbad about being a kid who becomes president? Are you just doing this for money and attention? Why? Why are you running? Ew. Okay. No. 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 All right. In 2006, Pierce brought in Steve Bannon. No. Just no. All right. So forget it. I know. I'm voting for Biden anyway. So really, this doesn't even matter. All right. Who is Brad Barron? For United States Senator, it's Amy McGrath and Mitch McConnell going head to head, and then there's Brad Bannon. What do you want? What? What are your issues? Alright, you don't really have anything significant to say so far. He's for government accountability and cutting waste. Yeah, but he's not really saying anything concrete. Okay. This guy's policies are just super vague. And his website hasn't been updated since before June either. Alright, no, just no. You know, next time, dude, actually put a website together that goes into detail on your positions on things. Maybe have some complete bills that you would present in the Senate, rather than just, like, what do you call them? Plain platitudes. You know, general stuff. Alright, so Palazzo versus Yarmouth. Yarmouth, obviously. Memes versus Platner. Platner, obviously. County Commissioner in the B District. Did nobody even bother to file for that office? Okay, those are office holders, and these are candidates. County Commissioner. Why is it not showing? Did nobody even bother, like, filing for this position? Here. Oh my goodness, nobody even bothered filing for it. What even is a county commissioner? Nobody even bothered to do this. Look, who's gonna... Well, somebody's gotta do it. I mean, this has to do with, like, zoning and stuff. Like, really? We couldn't hire anybody? Like, a single person? Look, I am all for, like, having 0 people in the government, but, like, when you're allocating certain duties to a person and that those duties are expected to be fulfilled by a person, any person, and that those duties aren't being fulfilled, like, by anybody, you've got a problem, okay? If you're not going to have somebody if you're not going to have somebody that's going to run for the office or have anybody appointed to that position, all right, say we are turning this authority over to one or more people in the private sector that's going to execute these duties. And if this is something that can't be done by the private sector due to conflicts of interest or corruption, gotta find an alternative. You know, and if that means having a government person serve in that position that's either been appointed or you're, like, or elected, but it's not being elected in this case, you gotta do something about this, because the person from B, like, from the county commissioner from the C district can't fulfill the duties for B district. You've got to have one person per district. I am going to contact the person on who's actually running for C district, because she might actually know what in the world's going on. Mm, I don't think this is the same person. All right. So all I did was send an email to the woman who is serving in County Commissioner District B, no, C, about what's going to happen with office with the B district. Like, I don't even know what they do. All right, so Soil and Water Conservation District Supervisors. Again, they've got 2 spots that are open, and there's supposed to be 4 people, and there's only 2 running. So beyond the obvious problem of not having any competition, they've also got 2 vacancies that aren't going to be filled until the next election. Like, we need soil and water conservation people. they just default get it. Like, I could have volunteered for that and gotten that position. City council members, 6 people ran, 6 people just automatically get it. All right, now we're getting into the juicy stuff. Non-partisan judicial ballot, circuit judge, family court. And by the way, that's actually in scare quotes. The family court thing, that has, like, this is on the official ballot. It's got around the family court part. 30th Judicial District, 3rd Division, unexpired term. So I can only vote for one. So let's see if these people are any good. I'm going to open up a notepad document and start keeping track of what the goods and bads of these. Well, no, you know what? Spreadsheet. Because spreadsheets are automatically better than non-spreadsheets. Just do it like this. Alright, so let's line up the usual suspects. Oh my goodness. So when you've got an unexpired term, that means that this is like a stopgap measure until the next election. I don't know when that's going to be. Alright. Who's the first of these ugly mugs I gotta look up? So, what do I want to know about these people? I want to know what the office is before I even start voting for them. But also I kind of want to know what they think about the office before I even look that part up. You know, because it's possible that none of these people are really qualified and don't know what the position is. I wish they just had like a short summary of each office, like, these are the qualifications that you need to hold this office, or just a brief job description for family court judge, handles divorce cases or custody battles, or you know, I don't even know what they do, so let's look that up. Family court is involved in the most intimate and complex aspects of human nature and social relations. This is on the official government website. For that reason, family court uses a case management process that distinguishes it from other trial courts. With the one family, one judge, one court approach, cases are presented in a single court, allowing the same judge to hear all matters involving a particular family. This reduces the stress that can arise when individuals are shuttled between courts to resolve a variety of issues. Because family court gives cases involving family and children the highest priority, these cases do not compete with other criminal and other civil cases for judicial time. As a division of circuit court, which is the highest trial court in Kentucky, family court employs full-time judges with the same qualifications as those who serve the other divisions of circuit court. In addition to the family matters heard in circuit court, family court judges also handle family law matters that were traditionally decided in district court. Family court jurisdiction is defined by KRS 23A.100 and 23A.110 and includes the following: dissolution of marriage, spousal support, and equitable distribution. They messed up their bullet points there. Put distribution on a second line. It shouldn't have been there. Child custody, support, and visitation. Paternity, adoption, domestic violence, which I'm thinking is different from cases of sexual assault, molestation, statutory rape, that kind of stuff. I'm sure they could be, crossovers between those. So I don't know how they would handle that. I guess it would have to be broken up into two different cases if there were multiple charges filed. Dependency, neglect, and abuse. Dependency. So I guess deciding who a person is dependent on. Termination of parental rights. Status offenses. Runaways. Truancy. Beyond control. If being beyond control is a criminal offense, that's a bad thing. That should not be state law. Being beyond control could be a child who wants to be an emancipated minor, or is suffering from abusive parents, or is undergoing conversion therapy, or torture, as it really is. It could be any kind of psychological, emotional, physical abuse. That should not be there at all. And truancy, not going to school, could be a civil or criminal offense. That's bad. That if there's a charge of truancy, that ought to be on the parents at worst. If you don't want to go to school, you need to go to school, but you ought not to be forced into school. And runaways, you do realize that America has a history of slavery, right? People have run away from oppressive situations for a good reason. I don't think it's a good idea to keep that as a offense in and of itself. You know, if you've been convicted of a crime and you running away from jail or something, that's a problem. If you're running away, like to escape the situation that you're in, I don't care if it's an ideal situation or not, that's not a crime. Like, being homeless is not a crime. Ought not to be if it is declared a crime anyway. Kentucky launched an innovative and ambitious project when Jefferson County began a family court pilot program in 1991. It was the first such court in the state to focus solely on the needs of families and children. Family Court introduced a unique solution that would allow one judge to provide continuity by hearing all the family's legal problems and issues. Doesn't say if there's exceptions to that if you get a really crappy judge. The family court model expanded beyond Louisville to suburban and rural areas across the Commonwealth. The project's success prompted efforts to make family court a permanent part of the Kentucky Constitution. Kentucky voters gave family court a resounding victory in November 2002 when the amendment passed in all 120 counties with more than 75% of the vote. Today, family court serves 3.2 million citizens in 71 Kentucky counties. Kentucky Family Court is so progressive and successful that it is considered a national model. You guys are just supposed to be providing information. You shouldn't be like tooting your own horns. Okay, so they do have a way of like filing appeals. All juvie cases are confidential, yada yada. Non-support cases are public record. Well, look, does that mean that if you've got a juvenile sentence, like a sentence as a juvenile, like that stays on your permanent record though, right? Like I know in cases where if you're a juvenile, like, and you go to jail for a sex offense, that stays on your permanent record. So I don't know if that's the same for other like convictions. Yada 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 yada. It's different from like commissioners though. Alright, so now that I kind of at least have a loose grasp of what the family court judge, let's look up the actual people that a bunch of people who haven't even taken that step are going to be voting for. Alright, so we got a Ballotpedia entry, her LinkedIn page, a Facebook page that's for the committee, not directly for her. To elect her, she's got a website, and there's a page on Justia about her. So it looks like she at least made a public statement on a television channel to, I guess, pitch herself like for an office in 2018. Okay. I don't know if this is the same person, so I'm just going to skip that. There's a lot of people that have the same name but are probably not the same person. Okay. Got a YouTube video. She was nominated for the family court last year. That's probably just filing for this current election that's going on. It's for Colorado. All right, so let's look at our website. So this is very much a someone who spent their whole life in Louisville. Graduated from Seneca, got a BA in political science, got into Delta Sigma Theta, University Intercollegiate Debate Team, went to Marquette in Milwaukee, member of the Public Interest Law Group, president of the Black Law Student Association, associate editor of Marquette's Sports Law Review. Wait, we need sports law? Is there like some... Wait. Is this the person that's like defining like the rules for sports? Like, alright, we've been looking at the whole three strikes thing, but we're thinking of changing it to 2 because these games are just going on forever. Started a career in Legal Aid Society of Louisville. So there's probably some cases where I could look her up in the cases that she's been a part of with the Legal Aid Society. Serves on Jefferson County's Fatality Review Committee. I'm gonna look that up. Who even is that? So yeah, that's a pretty important office. Why do we not have more going on with that? The website design in this is pretty bad though. Alright. One of the things says, vote for me and I'll slay it. You know, if you're a member of the board for fatality reviews, maybe you could use a little bit different verbiage there. Just a thought. You know, I mean, if part of your job is reviewing murder cases, maybe just use a different turn of phrase there. I appreciate the sentiment and the enthusiasm, but that's kind of tonally off, just a little bit. Right. Probably ought to also, for every one of these people, go just look up person's name, scandal. No, that's something else. Alright, so she doesn't have any scandals from my extremely thorough Google search of the first 5 things that I see. Are we talking about the same people? No. No. This is from 1997. Where is this? Where is this even happening? Echo. Where is Racine?
Turkey suit.
No. This doesn't have anything to do with it. I don't even know where this is supposed to be. Well, it's in Wisconsin, and it said that she went to school in Wisconsin. It didn't make any mention of her run for mayor. Yeah, I don't think that's the same person. So she does a Q&A, I'm guessing like what, once a week or something? No, maybe more than that. So there's a lot of material out there if she wants to talk about it. Or I mean, if I want to read up on what she's talked about. So she's really marketing herself for this position well. It's on radio shows, making TV appearances, has a website, Facebook page, yada yada. Got a bunch of union endorsements. So she didn't actually get in, like, to that office? Like, she ran for office in 2018, but she didn't get it? So who's the current judge then? Road commissioners and stuff. Those are just state reps. Well, here, there's a guy who's holding the office for County Commissioner B District. He was elected in 2016, but he didn't file, and so he's just not going to serve in that position. Like in 2020. I'm getting distracted by this. So it looks like Charlie Cunningham got it instead of Lori. Alright, so the guy who is currently serving in the Fourth Circuit Court got into hot water. Well, I mean, should be a scandal. But he commented on a pending case. Well, he didn't comment on it, but he shared an article on social media. Oh my goodness. Do you mind? The commission found that the judge violated multiple canons of the Judicial Code of Conduct, including those dealing with maintaining high standards of integrity and conduct, and use of ex parte. Is the E on the end pronounced? It's either ex parte or ex parte.
Ex parte.
Ex parte? Alright, so somehow he managed to beat Lori Goodwin. So overall, it seems like Cunningham has done a decent job, but he's had at least one slip up. Is this guy even running? No, he's not running for that position. And that thing hasn't been cached. Oh my goodness. No. Okay. Yeah, it's just he's done a lot of cringe. PCB? What is PCB? Polychlorinated biphenyls. Biphenyls? Is it phenols or phenols? Fennel is a type of seed. I think it's phenols. Phenyl? How do you pronounce it? Alright, look, I don't care about that. Alright, so this AP News article doesn't really give me anything. This is from her 2018 run, where she got beat by Charlie Cunningham. Alright, so she's got a concrete plan of what she's going to do in the family court clerk. Really? So she was the only one who got an interview at WOKY. Who even bothered? It's like, do these people, other people who are running for the office, like, even care? Wait. What? That doesn't make sense. Division 4 is currently being held by Charlie Cunningham, but it says that she got beaten by Lauren Adams Ogden. I'm confused. Alright, so she really doesn't have... like any kind of anything on Justia. Hasn't updated her. Okay, so it looks like her LinkedIn page is fairly up to date. So I must be getting mixed up with the different circuits. So there's circuit court judges and family court judges. So she didn't lose to Charlie Cunningham, she lost to Lauren Adams Ogden. I'm gonna keep these tabs open because I'm just gonna like have all these as links and stuff. So what is Lauren Adams Ogden been up to? Ugh. Alright. Ugh. Yeesh. Okay, she was appointed in 2018 by Republican Governor Matt Bevin. So yep. You ought to not even be holding that position. So I don't get it. What is happening that there's an unexpired term that Lori Goodwin would be holding until the next election? Like, did she step down or something? I'm confused. How is there a primary election? If it's nonpartisan, why would there be a primary election? Is it just like they take the top two and whoever runs? Alright, why do I have 2 pages open for the same thing? That was a really narrow victory by Lauren Adams Ogden. She got 105,100 she got 50.4% of the vote and won by 1,691 votes. Considering there's like 1.6 million people in Louisville or something. So it says that Kentucky has something called the Judicial Nominating Commission, which helps fill judicial vacancies by appointment when a vacancy occurs outside of the election cycle. There's 61 nominating commissions, which means that the 3 people who are running for office must have been nominated by the Judicial Nominating Commission. Interesting. Sounds like a very involved process, but one that I do not care about. Not that much. Judicial vacancies. Let's see if okay. Looks like some of the people who are the ones who nominate people are appointed by the governor, which is really bad because the last governor we had was Bevin. It was in 2019 when this happened. So they send out these questionnaires to the nominees, but we don't have the completed questionnaires. Okay, so it looks like what happened was in 2019, on December 30th or December 31st, Deborah DeWeese retired. And that's why we've got somebody running now. So do I have a complete picture of what happened? Because it says right here the commission sends the names to the governor, who has 60 days to appoint a replacement. So I don't know if that means that someone was appointed as an interim. Well, it must be, because if she retired on December 31st and the office doesn't actually get filled until next year, and that means there must be somebody that's currently filling it. Well, I know this isn't correct because this is showing the people currently in office, but I know that DeWeese retired last year. So who is currently in Division 3? Because it seems like that would be up to the governor, who had 60 days to appoint one. So either Bevin appointed it, because he didn't get kicked out of office until, it was within 60 days of December 31st. But it could have also been Bashir, who, could have also appointed it within 60 days, or it could be vacant. So what's the deal? Like, who's the current person? No, that's fine. See, now it says that okay, it just hasn't been updated. So I guess it's just been vacant. I mean, I imagine there haven't been a lot of cases because of COVID, but still, I mean, when you've got resources that are restricted enough, like taking a judge out of the mix is just making things harder on everybody, because you're going to have this huge rush of people when the courts open back up. You need as many judges as possible. This keeps happening. This happened again back in 2016. Here, I'm just going to copy and paste all these tabs. It really doesn't tell me anything. Alright, so let's burn these pages and start looking for the next person. I don't know if I even want to do that right now. Like, I'm feeling tired. I've been doing this for what? It doesn't tell me how long I've been recording. An hour and a half. Alright, who's the next stinking person that I have to look up? This guy, I mean, I can already tell this guy's resume is weaker. Darren also has personal experience in family court, being both the child of a particularly messy divorce. Look, buddy, that does not give you legal experience. Alright, so he's currently working as a prosecutor in the family court for child abuse and child support divisions. He's in a domestic relations law firm. And before that, I was employed as a staff attorney to a now retired family court judge. Why didn't you say his name? Or her name? In which I gained a behind-the-scenes perspective on the day-to-day work required of a judge. In addition, I've appeared in court more days than not and for virtually every docket over which a family court judge presides. So you hang around the building a lot. Does community service for Big Brother and Big Sisters. Conrad Caldwell House Museum. I think I've heard of that before. It's in St. James. Now that's enterprising. All right, so it was built in 1893. By a guy who made his fortune in the tanning business. I am hoping they're talking about tanning beds and not like tanning animal hides. Ah, they're talking about leather. Alright, so whoop-de-doo. My previous community involvement includes serving as a member of the Citizens Foster Care Review Board. I joined the board after my job duties were reassigned such that I was no longer prosecuting child abuse cases. Yeah, that's not really getting fired. That's just like having your job taken away by, administrative shuffling. And lastly, because my mom has always told me I should always put it on my resume no matter what, when I was 16 years old, I became an Eagle Scout. Yeah, I mean, none of this is bad stuff. It's just, a toss-up to who has the better resume. I think Lori just has gone into more detail and is pitching hers way better. I don't think you could go wrong with either one of them, but I think she'd be better. Studies and interviews. he just doesn't seem to be as involved in the community, I guess, as Lori has. Or should I be more consistent and say, like, refer to the candidates by their last names? Alright, so Neil is less involved in the community than Goodwin is. Despite the fact that he's an older guy, like older than Goodwin, like Neil doesn't seem to have as accomplished a career as Goodwin has. Like Goodwin has got endorsements and she's in like special advocacy groups and she seems to take stuff personally and she's really invested into politics and ethics and stuff and trying to give people the help that they need from the most that the legal system can offer. Neil is doing that too. But it doesn't seem that he's doing it in as deliberate a manner. I know this sounds vague, but like really his resume has a lot less details in it. Let's look up his LinkedIn page. I guess it's just more that he's spent more of his time in private practice, so maybe his accomplishments are less visible. Probably ought to compare these two sites like side by side. Yeah. So just going by his own campaign website, it looks like, he's not as strong as Goodwin is. And I don't think I'm biased just because I looked at Goodwin's page first. Like, I think it's just him or his experience. Be helpful if you guys would actually start fighting with each other. Here. Let's pull up their LinkedIn page. Okay, so now I can compare them side by side. So, when did Goodwin start doing law stuff? Like, when did she graduate with her Juris Doctor? She graduated in 2006. He graduated in 2010. So she's got a 4-year head start on him, so I guess that can influence things. So if we just chop off the experience, before that. Alright, so her first year out of college was, or after getting her Juris Doctor, was as an extended day program coordinator. So she was kind of like a tutor. No, she was overseeing tutors, so she's like the tutor of tutors. Or and she was doing some teaching and was an assistant teacher. So he was under Charlie Cunningham, I think. No? This is in 2012. Oops. So he was a staff attorney, like, wait, no. He graduated in 2010. So he started, okay, so that's fine. So he took like 2 months to get a job. Or a month. So he was right in the thick of things, like right out of college. Because he was a staff attorney for the Jefferson Circuit Court Family Division 4. So, if we're voting for people like right after they got out of college, like, I mean, Neil's got the stronger resume, but let's see how things hold up over time. Okay, so who's this? Staff attorney for a private practice for 1.5 years. And like, Goodwin's been in the same company. I mean, I don't know if you could call it a company because it's probably a non-profit. But she's been with the same company, like in the same position in the same company. Like since she graduated, or since she left that job after 1 year. So she's been non-stop staff attorney and coordinator / staff attorney for Legal Aid Society. Huh. So really the only difference is just that, like he graduated 4 years later. Because he's been with the same company. She's been with the same company. So he's been a prosecutor. And she's been a defense attorney, it sounds like. But I don't think that's her title. Like, I think you have to actually meet certain qualifications to be considered a defense attorney. So being a prosecutor, I would think, like, carries like more responsibility with it. I don't know how the math works that. Huh. She graduated in 2006. I don't know how she's got a 12-year or a 6-year head start on them when they graduated 4 months apart. I don't know. Alright, so he's only, and this is, significant accomplishment, but he's been prosecutor in child support paternity cases since August of 2015. So it's not to say that he's a one-trick pony, because that's a significant thing to do. But, Goodwin pitches hers way better. Because she goes, representing clients in family court and obtaining protective orders, recruit and train attorneys of the private bar to serve as volunteers to represent our clients at domestic violence hearings. Also handle all administrative duties such as maintaining client files and drafting program materials. Served as the Wyatt Tarrant and Combs Fellow from 2008-2010, working in the family law unit. Primary responsibility was to represent victims of domestic violence and obtaining divorces from an abusive spouse. So, okay, but, this needs to be noted that in working with the Legal Aid Society, Goodwin was not a Jefferson County staff member. Like, this is a nonprofit. Neil was actually directly serving in the Jefferson Circuit Court. And that really doesn't undermine either one of them. Like, okay, so she's got a 6-year head start on him, but she's been doing a ton of stuff. He's got 6 years less than her, but he's also been serving in the government. So I don't know how that balances out. Wouldn't it be better to not be serving in the government? Because isn't government bad? I don't know. I'm still just... I don't want to have to choose between these two people. I think I guess it could boil down to she's got more political experience and is more community minded, whereas he's a more personal guy.
Hello, Kentuckians and other friends, and welcome to a new edition of COVID Updates.
Jasmine, it's kind of ironic that back 6 months, what we would call a child abuse docket, we're holding a lot of those. Heck, their experience in family court. Darren, you are a first-time candidate, and you are running against 2 women, Laura Goodwin and Judge Kelly Kerstetter. They've both run campaigns before, so why now? Why did you decide to throw your hat in the ring against these 2 candidates who have run prior campaigns?
So I actually filed before Laura Goodwin did. So when I filed, the only candidate who was currently filed was Kelly Kerstetter. And Ellie wasn't actually really a factor in whether or not I filed. I I filed because, when I graduated from law school, and while I was in law school, I actually clerked for a family court judge. And then immediately after law school, my first job was with Judge Dolly Berry, who's now retired, but who was a wonderful judge and who was wonderful to work for. And I mean, like, you really
He sounds nervous.
see how much of an impact a judge can have on someone's life. You can understand that you see.
Maybe it's just the audio artifacting though.
And so, over the course of my career, I've been in family court in many different areas. I've served as prosecutor in a couple different family court areas. It's there to sit. You don't really have to say after that. But while you're mediating, you can sort of help them.
I don't know. I'll listen to that late. Well, probably not. Because I don't really feel like it. Alright, so close out of this, close out of this, close out of this. That solves that question. So Ellie Kerstetter is the current judge and the one that was appointed after what was her name? Weister or something. DeWeese. She was the one that was appointed after DeWeese retired. And she was appointed by Bashir. So she couldn't be too bad. It's Bashir that's appointing her. Ouch. Yeah, but now we're the ones that are deciding it directly. Her current term ends on January 4th, 2021. So that's when whoever gets elected will either continue if she's the incumbent or we'll get, we'll accede to the next judge if they happen to beat her. Yeesh. I don't really care about the person that I'm not voting for. Alright, so Ellie Kerstetter. Well, look, wait a second. In that interview, Neil just said that Ellie wasn't a factor in the thing when he filed, but she's currently serving in the position of judge. Like, what did he think was going to happen? I don't know, maybe he's just guessing. It can't be the same person. Because it says she's eligible to practice law in Florida, but she's serving as a judge in Kentucky. I don't think you can hold like a law practice in 2 different states. Wait, is that really the same person? No. No, it's not the same person. Okay, and that's a private, like a third party thing. So I could actually look stuff up about the cases that Kerstetter has actually presided over, and that might tell me about how she's gonna, conduct herself going forward. I mean, really, that's the best case scenario where, in terms of finding information out about the candidates, as they've already been doing it. So you've actually got a past record, and it'll tell you what they're going to do in the future. Alright, so... Oh, so this is actually an old website from back when she was still, like, in a private practice. So I'm guessing when they talk about representation, that could refer to both serving as a defendant and as a prosecutor. But I think defendant and prosecutor are 2 different things. In order to be a staff prosecutor for the county, you have to meet certain qualifications, but based on looking at, the guy with the Juris Doctor, it didn't look like that was the case. Maybe like if you're a state one, it's different. So it sounds like she could be serving on both the plaintiff side and the defendant side. Because it said she does counsel and representation. It says Kerstetter practices in all divisions of district, civil, and family courts, representing clients in criminal, business, domestic relations, probate, juvenile, civil litigation, and transactional legal matters. Graduate of Brandeis and Barry University in Menominee, in Florida. So actually, that's probably still true. Like, she might actually still be qualified to practice law in Miami. I don't know why you would want to. It's like you're kind of at the top of your food chain, at least as well, maybe not. I mean, I guess you could go to state court or Supreme Court in Kentucky. Then you can be a federal judge, from there. And also she's fluent in Spanish, so that's a bonus. Does she even have a... Yeah, she does have a website. So she kind of does everything. I mean, practice areas: family law, criminal defense, and civil litigation and transactions. Part of the Hispanic National Bar Association, Florida Bar Association, Kentucky Bar Association, Louisville Bar Association, Goodwill Industries of Kentucky, Center for Women. Wait. This doesn't necessarily say that she's a part of these. These are just like links that she's got. Alright, so that's for her old website. Kentucky's first Latina judge. Why do I have a picture of a LCAC on my profile? 'Cause they're cool. For no other reason than that. I just had it on my hard drive and needed a profile picture. So, does that mean she's the first Latinx judge, though? Like, was there a Latinx judge before that? No, not ex-Navy. I was looking up forget where I found that. Like, I think that it was just, I was looking up like biggest crafts, like of varying types, like different, like biggest boats and stuff, and that was one of them. I thought it was cool. I just had it sitting around on my hard drive and I needed a picture, so I used that one. She handles hundreds of cases a week. Okay. So she's already handling the stuff, so why not keep her going? I don't know. Another hour? Just yeah, what I'm doing is I'm going through like the sample ballot, like for Kentucky, like for Louisville, Jefferson County in particular. So either until I get too tired to stream or until I get done with that. So I guess like an hour, another hour. Ms. Kerstetter also has more than 30 years of business management experience. The Florida Real Estate Commission. Why would you be in the Real Estate Commission? You're a lawyer. Oh, okay, so this is why she had the stuff on her webpage. Serving on many boards, commissions, and committees, such as co-chair of the Metro Louisville Domestic Violence Council, board member of Center for Center for Women and Families, board member and secretary for Goodwill Industries, Kentucky, board member of Adelante. It means ahead. For Ahead Hispanic Achievers, member of the Racial Fairness Commission, past chair of the U of L Law School Alumni Council. See ya. Thanks for watching. Former member of the U of L Alumni Council, former board member of the Louisville Bar Association, past chair of the Louisville Bar Diversity Committee, former president of the Political Women's Council, committee member of the Lee Web, like the telescope? Okay, so there's a lot of different Lee Webs. That's James Webb. During her time as Jefferson County Family Court Judge, Division III, Ellie Kerstetter has earned a reputation as a fair, tough, and insightful jurist. Well, you didn't cite who it is that's saying that. So your reputation is you? Like, your reputation to yourself is those things? Like, I could say, well, my reputation is a handsome, handsome man. I can't claim that till somebody else actually says it. So, from just looking at that page, it looks like she's got the other two beat in terms of experience, endorsements, board served, community action. So really, we've got three people who are all qualified. So there's, nothing that's amiss with any of them. Minervia Virola, a proud Puerto Rican now retired from the LMPD and the FBI, is a longtime friend of Kerstedter's. Right now, at this particular moment, an LMPD endorsement is not a good thing. Says, make no mistake, Kerstetter said, justice, not race, will rule in her courtroom. Justice is blind, she said. Well, here's the thing. Race is a factor, and if you pretend that it's not a factor, then you're actually giving people who are racist a free pass. So it's important to acknowledge that race is a thing and that it can be a causative agent of crime, and that it can be a motive in crimes that are committed. So don't pretend that it's not an issue, and don't not see race. Just don't be racist. That doesn't mean it's not difficult for all people, but you ought to at least make an attempt. Okay, thought it was like going crazy. Alright, so I looked at Kerstetter's Facebook page, and like there's a slow zoom on this photo, and I was like, please tell me I'm not imagining that. Like, that's actually the thing that's happening. Got a big fancy house. 'Cause she's a lawyer. Copy paste, Facebook page. I'm actually getting hungry now. Wait, I wasn't finished going through her website. Committed to service. It was here, ambiguous verbiage. What do you mean? Where? Kentucky? Okay, so she was in the Legal Aid Society too. It was here that Judge Ellie learned the skills that cast her towards her career. First as a volunteer with the Citizens Foster Care Review Board, so getting a little bit of the same foster care stuff that Neil has experience into. Are they talking about Kentucky? Though? Like, it was here that Ellie learned the skills. Kerstetter was born in New York, grew up in Puerto Rico. Lived in Miami for 13 years, moved to Louisville 24 years ago. So she was already in Louisville doing stuff before, like, Neil and Goodwin had even graduated. When did she graduate from law school? Got her JD in 2000. So I think if I do these side by side, So Goodwin graduated in 2006. Kerstetter graduated in 2000. She's got a 12-year head start on Neil. No, 10-year head start on him. But still, I mean, that's a lot. I am pretty convinced that when you just look at the LinkedIn pages, like, Neil does not have the single strongest resume. So I'm just gonna bump him out of the running. I mean, look, I am not one of those people who looks at someone's resume or something and goes, oh, you spent 10 years here, that means you're actually doing something significant for 10 years. You could be sucky at a job and still stay there for 10 years. Like, you could be not making any progress in your career, or, you know, you're just there because you got tenure, and, you know, you don't have anything but better to do. But still, like, if you're actually doing stuff and you're involved and you're active and you've got, you know, a 10-year head start in terms of varied experience of, you know, high quality, then you've got an edge on somebody else. Okay, but, you know, still, the way that her LinkedIn page is, like, you know, badly done. It's badly done. It's not great. Like hers is the worst formatted LinkedIn page. How do you get to be a county judge and not have a well formatted LinkedIn page? I guess if you're a career lawyer and you get appointed to a county position by the governor of the state, you don't have to worry about having a good LinkedIn page. You know, if you're one of the grunts that are down at the bottom of the food chain, living a subsistence lifestyle, you know, and getting paid what is federal minimum wage for architect? It's like 7 something. Federal minimum wage is $5.15 still, I think. Echo, what is federal minimum wage?
The minimum wage rate is the lowest hourly rate that employers are allowed to pay workers. Tipped employees and those not protected by the Fair Labor Standards Act are exempt from minimum wage requirements. The United States federal minimum wage has been $7.25 per hour since July 2009, though states, counties, and cities can have their own unique minimum wage rates.
Ridiculous. What did she do at Mooser and Associates? How did she go from being general manager to associate? Like, wouldn't that be a step down? I mean, I guess if it's a smaller company to going to a larger company, or like, you know, one that doesn't make as much money, then going to one that makes a lot more, than going from general manager to associate would be a good thing. She still hasn't updated her LinkedIn page since she became, you know, county judge. Like, I don't need to update my LinkedIn page. I'm a county judge. I can scoot on through as an incumbent. Don't have anything to worry about with my LinkedIn page. Says she moved 24 years ago, which would have been 96. Yeah. So that's where she started getting her Juris Doctor. So she had a son, and she's also got grandchildren who are in college. So she must have had a son while she was going through law school. Like, before law school, she had more than 25 years of business experience. So she's at least 50 years old. She's probably about 61, maybe. From her first job at 11, where she helped prepare payroll and worked the register every Saturday at her mother's diner in Candado, Puerto Rico, to her first full-time job at 17, working for corporate vice presidents of Baxter / Travenol Industries. Ellie has unique work experience and has managed advertising, public relations, real estate, and related businesses in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and Miami, Florida. Externships and full-time legal work during law school. Extern at both the Legal Aid Society and Catholic Charities, while working full-time as a general manager at Mooser and Associates, later Mooser and Freebert. I attended school at night. Change in person there. Like it goes from third person to first person. Associate and in-house counsel at Irwin and Associates. It's a title company and law firm. She was a general practitioner for more than 20 years. So this is where the bulk of her experience is from. She's a general practitioner for more than 20 years, focusing on all matters of family law, criminal misdemeanors, traffic violations, probate, business, and real estate transactions, and personal injury. So who knows what percentage of those were the kind of cases that she would look at as a family court judge. Kerstetter presides over hundreds of cases a week, such as yada yada yada. Look, you're the one who's running for office here. Don't you think it'd be a good idea to have a list of the cases that you've been a part of so that people can look into these, look at the minutes or, the court records and go, yeah, I don't know, she's been a bad judge, or hey, she's a good judge. That's not the sole thing that she's leaning on, and really, if anything, that's kind of a downplayed in terms of a resume compared to the other things that she's listed here. But still, it's like, this year that you've been serving as in the 3rd district, like, this is your chance to say what I'll be like going forward. You don't have to appeal to your, if you had nothing but that first year, that 1 year of experience, then that would be enough for people to judge how good of a judge you're going to be going forward. You can tell she's crying in this photo where she's got the investiture going on. No, don't need that. Don't need that either. Skip pictures. So the vibe that I'm getting from this website is that she hasn't updated it since January 30th, which, I can is understandable, because she's been busy doing judgy stuff. Is this the same thing? Alright. So mostly inactive. Yep, don't really care about this page. The other one is more active. Is there any website that I can use that'll list all the cases that she's presided over? I have no idea where I'm supposed to find these kind of records. Kentucky court records? Maybe? But that might just be for state decisions. Stop here. What are you doing? Don't do that. Wait, this is in 2014. So Kerstetter's run for court positions twice, and she finally got appointed. But people said they really didn't want her. Wait. There's something I was gonna look at. What did I just look at? Oh, Louisville Bar Association. I kind of doubt that like they're gonna come out and say like here's people within our own thingy that rank low. That's 2017. It's 2015. It's 2017 again. Here. No. I don't want to subscribe to your paper. No, heck off. So we haven't done it since 2017. What does that even mean? Oh. Wow. There's some poor performing judges in here. Temperament? Wait, wasn't this guy like one of the people? Who's the one? Wasn't he one of the guys that was like involved in the ruling? The Breonna Taylor rally. It's March, May. Is that the only thing that he did? I thought he was more involved than that. I think that's the only thing that he did. I think that was his only. It was in 2016. So it looks like the only involvement that Stevens had was wow. Was allowing Walker to go home. What am I looking at this for? It's just looking for Stevens. No, it's not even involved in this. So this doesn't matter. Huh? And judicial integrity. Stevens scored a 49%, like in the 2017 Jefferson County Judicial Evaluation done by the Louisville Bar Association. So yeah, you know, dude, it's a good thing that you're speaking up with regard to trying to make sure that juries represent the demographics of location, but there's also a matter of judicial integrity being at 49%, like the respondent saying only 49% of them say that you have strong judicial integrity. Man, is there anything that this guy does well? Like, him and Denise Brown are like terrible. And Angela Johnson like scored bad in some stuff. Oh my goodness, like every single thing, dude. Dude. Criminal cases in 2015 got a 41%. Right. Here, there goes the Kentucky Bar Association. Um, mm-hmm. Alright, just give me your evaluations. I want to search that. Do you not have evaluation of people's? Not good. Not good. Kentucky Bar will evaluate every judge, but public won't see the results for the first time. And this was in 2019. The state bars decided to share the results with each judge being evaluated. And even then, they decided to withhold the results for the first year to see if they're statistically reliable. Not good. And the Louisville Bar Association is discontinuing their rating because it would be duplicative. But this is a case where this is public information, or needs to be public information, and it's not going to be public information, so no, it's not duplicative, because they serve two different purposes. Alright, they give this person's last name, but that's the only time they mention the person. That's not good. That's something to look forward to. October 1st at 4 p.m., the LBA and Jefferson County Women Lawyers Association will co-host an online forum for candidates in the special election for Jefferson Family Court. 3 candidates, Lori Goodwin, Ellie Kerstetter, and Darren Neal, will discuss their qualifications for the position and answer questions from moderators. All three are vying for the right to serve out the remaining 2 years of the term of Judge Deborah DeWeese, who retired at the end of last year. Pre-registration is required, so those interested in participating can send a link to the forum, register here, or by calling yada yada, nobody cares. What day would that be? It's at 4 p.m. I can't do that. It's on Thursday. I might be able to do that. Where is it gonna be? Oh, it's gonna be an online form. Ah, Scott Firkin. Right here. I don't know. I guess it would be a coin toss between Goodwin and Kerstetter. I want more information about what Kerstetter has actually done when she's been in office. And the thing is, like, she probably doesn't even know how you would get um, how you would get those court records. Huh? Okay, there we go. Here we go. This is really counterintuitive. We want no, not now. registered. What? How am I gonna do the ICS thing? Alright, so all I wanted was like really just records of what's her face. I still haven't found those. This should not be that hard. Hmm. Let's go. Oh my goodness, I'm not gonna be able to use this. Because thinking, why? Just goes into a redirect loop. Alright, well, just thinking the Kentucky website. Kentucky Court of Justice website is not working right now. Maybe it's just because it's the weekend. And it's just not gonna work. It's just not gonna work right now. So it looks like I'm just not gonna get an answer of like what she's actually been a part of. No. Keep giving me HTML errors. Let's see if I can find out versions. It just means that she's in the donor thingy. What? Why? Here. Which is it? That's a different church. So for whatever reason, the Fairness Campaign endorsed Goodwin over Kerstetter, but Kerstetter made a donation of between $75 and $249, I think. This is in 2018. No, this is all out of date. This is all for the primaries. Wait. So no, actually she has no videos where she's been talking about stuff. She's got her photos. So if you're reading this and if chat replay is enabled, you should be able to see a Google Doc that I've made that's just got the websites that I've been looking at so far. Uh, so who would, if it was today, who would I vote for? And I really need to come up with an answer to this fairly soon. You know, the in-person voting is on October 13th. The sooner we get mail-in ballots done, the better. I guess I'd be okay with Kerstetter. Although, you know, right now, I think Goodwin is just more transparent about stuff. But Kerstetter, you know, kind of treats stuff as more routine. He looks more like about the endorsements and stuff. Why doesn't she mention the one thing? What's it called? Don't like the law advocacy something something. Legal Aid Society. Isn't even close. I think I'm more in favor of Goodwin because she can actually articulate what it is that she's advocating for. Whereas Kerstetter is more just like you know her by the company that she keeps or the organizations that she's part of. Like out of the three different candidates, Goodwin is the only one who's. I keep calling her Goodwin. Is that actually her last name? Goodwin, yeah. That's what my. No, it's Roswell. I thought my surge suppressor was a Goodwin search suppressor, but it's not. And it's not a Goodwill search suppressor either. It's a Rosewill search suppressor. So yeah, Kerstetter might be good at very many things, and I think if she went back into a private law practice, she'd be good at it. But she really doesn't have much of a direction, to what she's rooting for. It's just like people come up to her and they're like, "Hey, you want to join our organization for good stuff?" She's like, "Sure." So yeah, I think if I'm gonna advocate for anybody, it'd be Goodwin. It's just like, so why, in a short summary, why would I vote for this person? Alright, so Kerstetter has more years in professional legal practice in both a private capacity and more recently 1 year in a what's Neil's qualification? Has 6 years as a public staffer, and then what's her face? Lori Goodwin, 12 years in the Legal Aid Society. So going back to endorsements for a minute before I talk more, before I definitively just kind of close this topic. Like, what endorsements does she have? Like, I know what board she's a part of. Okay, so what boards is Lori Goodwin on? Like any commissions or anything? So she's got she's on one whole board, whereas Kerstetter is on multiple boards. I don't think those things are unimportant to Goodwin, but Kerstetter is actually on those boards. You know, and it's hard to say which of those two, like, how involved are you? Like, if you're on 5 different boards, I mean, how many boards is she currently on? She's on the Domestic Violence Council. It's 1. Center for Women and Families. 2. Goodwill. It's 3. Adelante. It's 4. 5. So she's currently on 5 different boards. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. All right. So, what kind of endorsements you got there, Kerstetter? You don't have any listed. Just doesn't have the doesn't have people really being that active in her campaign. mean, look, on the one hand, she's like, I'm in all these boards and I'm part of all these things that are really important. But on the other hand, she's not really that active in doing stuff. Well, that's a shame. I was just looking at the thing about an old building. Ended up getting dismantled. I mean, she used to be more active about stuff. Or at least her campaign was. You know, this is a website that's or a page on Facebook that's supposed to be for her current campaign. And like even the campaign runners are not that active. It's like, can you spare 5 minutes to give an update on what you've been doing? Like since 2015, because like you haven't done squat in terms of updating her campaign site since then. I mean, she got some of her friends endorsing her. I guess coworkers. Yeah, no. She really doesn't have anybody endorsing her. Like, where are all the people that could be speaking up for her? I mean, look, you don't have to have somebody else speaking up for you, for your views or your beliefs to be valid, or things that are important to you, or your philosophies or anything, but it doesn't hurt, to have somebody else vouching for. So yeah, I think sheesh, how long have I been streaming? 4 hours? What am I doing? Goes out of this, goes out of this. Let's just check and make sure I spelled it correctly. Yeah, I think I'm done for tonight. I'll tackle the other stuff tomorrow. All right. So, my endorsement goes to Lori Goodwin for Circuit Judge, Family Court, 30th Judicial District, 3rd Division. Alright, so, yep, this stream is over. I didn't get around to the 2 constitutional amendments and the tax increase that's local. But I guess I'll have to get to those tomorrow.